The bot. All right, let me get my video chats up. Oh, I can probably just retry that. Yup. Nice. Pop out the YouTube chat. Ooh, this song's funky. I forgot about this album. All right. So, yeah, we are done with the news crawl by the time that I normally start. That was a quick one today. All right, so we don't care about that. No, it's owned by DigitalOcean. DigitalOcean revived it, though. Like, so much so that I think he has contributed recently, too. Okay, so let's get back to here. Now, it turns out. Yeah, no, they didn't give it back. But they did recognize that they had been letting it stagnate. So they put in some work to improve it. All right, so we can do that. And yeah, so yesterday after stream, Wesley messaged me and pointed out that we didn't actually need to do our inline flex, inline block hack. It was actually just the font that was our issue. So if we do that, we go back to renderer here. We no longer need that. Okay, so we do that part and we should be good. So yeah, then over here, we are hard coding the font. What I'm thinking is, instead of hard coding the font here, or actually here, we could probably grab it from the styling. right? And then it's a bit more dynamic. And I also want to do it with font size. And there may be other things that we probably want to inject here, but I think for now this should be okay. Okay, so that updates. Let me just do a refresh. Ooh. Interesting. So that didn't fix it. Let me just roll back to hard coding it. I'm wondering if we need to use computed style instead of just style. Thanks, KG. Keep in mind, like the magic move part there, that's something that I didn't do. That's the library that we're wrapping. Yeah, okay, so we did need the hard-coded font. It's a little annoying. Computed style map. Interesting. Ah. I want to see what we get there. Ooh, we get CSS style value. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, so we might not be able to do that. me try this. I just want to see what the style value is. Empty. Yeah. All right, so it's not defined directly on the elements like styling, so we can't get access to it. JS get CSS computed value. Oh, interesting. So instead it would be window.getComputedStyle. Oh. Then get property value, font family. Aha, okay. Yeah, so yeah, I think we want to do that. But let's do this. Const computed style is equal to that. All right, so we get font family there. I also want to do it with font size, I think. Super Maven not auto-completing that. There we go. So let's just double check that. I just want it to be a little more dynamic rather than hard coding values like that. Oh. Wonder if font size is breaking. Let me just pull this out. Interesting. So we can't do that either. But let me clear that so it's easier to read. Oh, and I know what the problem was. Okay, so what we need to do is replace that with that. Really? Oh, duh. Yeah. Duh. I need replace all. Duh. There we go. It's just a font smash. Okay. So then I bet we could do the font size as well. Shouldn't need to do a replace all on it. Was what Factorio? I don't know. All right, cool. Okay, so the next step then, I want to combine all of those frames into a GIF. That does mean that we need to sequence these canvases, and we're not done drawing them until after like the images have loaded in, right? So like this logic right here, having to use like the load event listener, is a bit of a problem. So we're going to create a utility function. Let's see. Function, we'll call it... Oh, and I'm still recording. I don't need the recording of this. We'll call this function... load image. That looks about right to me. URL here, I think we can just do as URL. Hold on. Oh, it is just a string. Never mind. All right, so image is then await load image. We draw the image. Type of image. Oh, and this has to be HTML image element, which means we don't need type of anymore. Oh, all right, there we go. So then this part should be good. Ah. All right, so here's the thing. We need to do a map. And we'll call this element promises. Right, and then here we would await promise.all. Element promises. Oh, and hold on. What did I have? It was just document body.append. So now let's just double check that that all works after the refactor. Yep. And then we should get one more. Okay, so it's like little by little, which is fine. But yeah, that works perfect. So now we have all of the frames that we would add to the GIF that we're building. Canvas frames. It's an array of HTML canvas element. At the end here, we do this. So yeah, instead of appending the child, oops, canvas frames push canvas after the loop. And that's where we need to bring GIF.js in. Nope, wrong thing. Double check that one. Encoder currently unavailable. Well, no thank you. All right, so modern GIF, encode and decode. Uses a web worker. Not downloaded that frequently. Let's look at it, though. Hmm. This does seem better. Yeah, because the other would be less ideal to work with. Let's do it. That was the end of the album. Let's try this one. It's the Dog Park EP. It's just 2 songs. Shit. Hmm. We'll just hope that still works. Now hold on. Encode just takes in 1 argument. Yeah, so this is wrong. All right, so then this would just be the object. Well, I kind of like this song. All right, so worker URL, width and height we already have. The frame is actually wrong, though. So we want to turn it into basically that. All right, so data here would be the canvas itself. I don't think we need to do the URI thing. The delay is 1000 divided by And I think we have that up top here somewhere, right? Animation FPS. And sure, this will download it for us. All right, let's try it. Will it blend? Let's just do a hard refresh just to be sure. Ooh, failed to execute post message on worker. Hmm. Which makes me think that the worker didn't load, but we do see worker right there. Interesting. All right, well, let's go look at their issues and see if there's something we can find. Hmm. Let me get more music going. Damn it. Okay, this is just a single song, but it's titled Cowbell. Who else here has a fever? To data URL is failing? Tainted canvases may not be exported? Ah, I liked that song. It was far too short. I could have listened to 20 minutes of that. God, Vector Hold, quit it with the two-song albums, man. Anonymous. Is that doable? And I wonder if the tainted canvas was also part of why we couldn't send it to the web worker. Hmm. All right. Well, let's try use credentials. Nope. Charles Bronson? Really? Huh. Okay. I haven't watched enough Death Wish. I definitely should. And what's up, Rugged Bear? How you doing? This tainted canvas issue is annoying. Ah. So the foreign object thing is our problem. Shit. Shit. All right, so SVG. SVG foreign object HTML tainted canvas. Oh, wait. Are we seeing that it would work in Firefox? Hmm. What's up, JK? How you doing? So Firefox allows us to do this. We just don't get a valid blob out of it. It's less of a diffing tool and more of a social sharing tool. Because I needed to share GIFs of a diff. Like, it's really not that complicated. Mm-hmm. We're just calling it lithium at the moment. right? The popular tool is called carbon. We just found some other element. What's up, Max? How you doing? Nope. Yeah, that doesn't work for a URL. So I probably just want to convert this array buffer into a blob, and then convert the blob into a data URI. Welcome back, Wesley. And yeah, you were totally right. The font was the only issue. So we get it as a blob. Blob to data URL. File reader. Got it. Yeah, this doesn't even work. He's not returning the value. Oh, never mind. Yeah, they have to pass a callback here. Got it. So we could turn that into a promise. That was the end of the album. We need a way longer album here. Vector hold, you're blowing it. You fired. Arcus has a new album though. Hell yeah. Ooh. Arcus is one of my favorite synthwave artists for sure. I might have to buy this album. It's only $3. Const. Totally different thing. All right, so that's not quite correct because it could be that. All right, so blob to data URL. Ooh, yeah, I'm liking this album already. Okay, so then const data URL is equal to that. And then from here, document dot body append child. That is not quite right. Oh, and this needs to move up. Right, and then source is data URL. All right, let's see if it blends. And what up, Manoix? How you doing? No singing, come on. Thought he knew the rule. Oh no, reference error, image is not defined. Okay, well, So that still breaks on us, which is why this is empty data. I know. Ah, yeah, exactly. So plot thickens. God. These damn tainted canvases. Oh, and I clicked the wrong thing. All right, so Firefox doesn't solve our problem. Huh. Oh, yikes. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird, wasn't it? So what if I draw it to an image first and then draw the image to the canvas? Oh, really? So it wasn't even on my end? Like, it's like on their end? Oh, no. That's not good. Yeah, so here's the thing. We are drawing to an image. Hmm. So how is this doing it? I'm curious how this is actually working. We could try it. No, we want to avoid anything similar to what I did, right? Because we're running into tainted canvas issues, and foreign object in SVG is causing that. That's why we're exploring HTML to canvas. Hold on, let me double check something. Nice. All right, hold on. Saving this image real quick. Someone just posted more photos over to the Squiggle Conf. Uh, like photos thread. Okay. Sorry, I just had to double check that. Oh, not what I wanted. Not sure, Wesley. I just figured we'd try it anyway. Um, let's see. Drawing a canvas to a canvas should be somewhat easier. Well, the song's good though. Seems broken. The canvas element with a width or height of 0. So for an object, automatically, when you draw that SVG, to a canvas creates a tainted canvas, and a tainted canvas cannot be exported to a data URL. It's a security thing. Ah, so I could pass the existing canvas. So I don't think I actually need the use cores. Oh, so no, the allow tainted is going to be a problem, right? Allow taint right here. If it's false, it means that it doesn't get drawn to. Now, what I think we can do is we could draw just the HTML instead of L.L. Oh, actually, L.L is fine. Realistically, though, we should be doing the HTML. So we shouldn't need that. Oh, but it has to be like a proper DOM element? Oh. Well, we'll try it with possibly the wrong thing. Because of foreign object. Foreign object is the thing that causes it. How do I prevent it from pausing on exceptions? Because that is getting really annoying. Well, it tried. 1 second. Let me get another album going. Wow, a lot of this guy's songs sound pretty much exactly the same. Let's see. So we'll call this so get rendering done right, but can't export to GIF. Oh, hold on. Wait, is it trying to put it back on one line? Okay, no. We're good. Just took too long to save. My goal would be to keep it client-side only. Otherwise, I have to worry about billing and all sorts of BS. That doesn't actually keep it simple. Simpler would be to run it on the server. And it's something we could do. I don't think it actually would be that much simpler. I don't know if it's actually simpler to do it on the server. Because on the server, we'd have to spin up some type of like browser, right? Like a Puppeteer or Playwright or just Chromium, and then do that stuff. Maybe Wesley, but that's beyond our scope right now. We got to focus on the problem at hand. So yeah, if we were to try to do this on the server, how could we do that? Right? Just as a thought experiment. We'd want to run it inside of like a headless browser. Is there a way to turn off the tainted canvas stuff in a local Chromium? Mm, that is one way, maybe. Let's look at Puppeteer real quick. Is it actually still maintained? It is. So where's like the video recording functionality? Oh, it's a plugin. Pretty sure we could end up using. Well, here's the thing. Part of the hackathon is we have to be able to deploy to Netlify. Nope. So at this point, we'd have to spin up a whole separate server to run a Chromium instance that Puppeteer would then connect to. Hmm. So yeah, we're back to the point where it might actually be simpler to try and get the browser working. But the tainted canvas is really screwing us. I mean, that's kind of a BS thing right there. To host this properly, you shouldn't be running the Chromium on that single server that you might be running from anyway. Right? Microservice is the right way to go. So, a big problem with this is it's gone from something simple that would cost basically nothing to run if we run it on the client to a service that we have to actually like maintain. Wish browsers just exposed a way for us to make foreign object not taint the canvas. So one way we could maybe do this is instead of doing the SVG, yeah, hold on. Drawing text. Right? And still, instead of like drawing the image, we could just draw text. Because that's all we're doing anyway. Yeah. And then our canvas isn't tainted. I don't even think we need font embedding. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean by embed, because we're just drawing the font. That's just something that the browser will do, and we don't even have to like worry about embedding. I I don't think so because this is the thing that's causing it. That's I mean, if we just look at this, right? The font, 48 pixels, and then the value that we have, that's done by the browser. It's just a prop. Yeah, see? So yeah, we'd be fine. Um I do think there is at least like a last ditch effort we could do with trying to turn on a course header for it. I feel like that's something we should be able to do from Vite. Um, let's see, where else am I doing that? All that does is allow it to render to the canvas, but that canvas then becomes tainted because HTML to canvas doesn't avoid tainting. We'll try it in a sec. I get it. Hold on, man. I can only do one thing at a time. Hold on. Let me double check. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, so the course header didn't help. But that same course header was enough to get us to be able to do... Oh, actually, hold on. Let me double check that. It was enough here to get us to be able to do the OPFS stuff in local. Yep. So yeah, that part didn't work. Hmm. What's up, FD? How you doing? It's not good. All right, so if we do this, and Arenka and Sir, why not? Thank you for the follows. All right, so we're running into two things. It was telling us that this canvas is a canvas of 0, 0. Man, yeah. This Mac Mini is just so slow. Apple, hurry up and release the new ones, man. That is running way slower than it was before. Unable to find element in cloned iframe. Oh, God. Yeah, so that would also be the problem with either of these that we create, too. Hmm. Yes, they hate that. Yeah, so Menoix, if you want to try it, here's the repo, if I can find it. But yeah, I'm thinking HTML to canvas is a non-starter for us. Oh, did you leave, Minoix? Just because I said chill out because you were spamming me with a bunch of suggestions? I was in the middle of the thing you suggested as you suggested something else. Like, I find that really annoying. Find that really annoying. No, not you, Wesley. I mean Minoix. They suggested the course header thing. I tried the course header thing. While I'm in the middle of trying the course header thing they suggested, they then spam us with a link for the HTML to Canvas thing. The moment I say, chill out, I can only do one thing at a time, they're out of here. That is really annoying. And it's part of why I don't like backseating. All right, so I'm thinking the next step then is to try and just draw the text. Hold on. Let me just do one thing real quick. What's up, Aragorn? How you doing? Nice. So yeah, I think doing the fill text is probably the right approach anyway. Not sure why I didn't go that direction first. But all right, so let's try and make that happen. I'm not sure I actually want to do the trim. All right, let's try that. Ah. So it looks like we just need to make sure that our HTML entities get encoded right. Still doesn't look perfect. No, that's fine, Wesley. Like, it makes sense that it's a security thing because you don't necessarily want people being able to, like, send an image of your DOM outside, right? Like, if you could encode it just to an image, someone could take that and send it off as a request to some third party server and snoop passwords or something. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not 100% certain, but it seems similar. There was at least a comment that maybe Firefox allows it, and there is an issue on. Let's see if I can find it. I might have closed it. Yeah, here you go. So yeah, this is currently in development. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Yeah, it currently seems like just a Chrome bug. All right, so this is maybe HTML entity stuff. Interesting. Okay, so it's not perfect, but man, is it close. And it's like way faster, but yeah, it's not accurate. It's like it's drawing a couple of the items where it shouldn't. Other than that, it's like really close. Hmm. Oh, it's the opacity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the opacity. Um, does that mean I need to interpolate the color with that opacity? That looks good to me. Oh, that looks great to me. Okay, and it's fast. Ooh, that's fast. Okay, so now we're just we're trying to append the GIF, but the GIF isn't being created properly. Yeah, that is way faster too. Oh, ah, damn. So modern GIF still fails on that part. All right, so the to data URL does seem important, but it seems to be drawing it empty. I think that ends up still failing on us. Well, we're getting images not defined in the worker. Okay, yep. So that would be our issue. So how is that failing on us? Let's close some of these tabs that we don't need. Yeah, here we go. Images not defined is one of the issues. Only buffers can be used? Oh. All right, let's add it. That sounds nice and easy. All right, and then import frame. You can call it anything you want. Sure, why not? Seems it's easy to encode the SVG to a data URI. Why do you say it's easy? Like that SVG, we only have as an individual snippet. We still need to compose those individual snippets. Canvas is the way to do that. And then that canvas then becomes the data URI that we need to use. The reason you can't just directly embed the HTML into an SVG and make that a data URI is because the CSS is still external to that. Converting to Canvas is how we actually make that CSS portable instead of relying upon global styles. The Canvas is a self-contained image, and SVG still relies upon external styling. All right, so this part. Well, we have to do this inside of here. Wait, what? Let's just see if that works, and maybe it's just a TypeScript issue. Huh. Buffer is not defined. What? Okay, so maybe I can just do CTX. Ah, but hold on. Yeah, hold on. So we'll do this. Document is not defined? Ugh. All right, so hold on. I gotta go use the restroom. And yes, the GIF encoding. Ah! So yeah, not ideal. I want to try one more thing first. Sure, we're gonna run into that bug still, but creating this. If we do alpha false, all right, we're gonna let that fail. There'll be a gap, and then we're gonna convert again. Now I want to see if that gives us a better rendering. So we see this is kind of pixelated and gross. We go past the gap here. It's still a little pixelated and gross. Let me see if I can paste it into here so we can look at them side by side. Oh, and that's interesting. It actually doesn't look terrible right there. They don't actually look that much different. Oh, and the reason it's so gross looking is because we're zoomed in. At 100%, it looks fine. Yep, okay. So the pixelization or pixelation is actually totally okay. That's on our end. This is just pretty because the OS is doing anti-aliasing at that size. So if we look at what we got here, I don't even see a difference. So yeah, right? We don't have to do the hack of like rendering it twice as big and then shrinking. So that's a nice thing. But real quick, I do have to go pee. I'll be right back. See you in a sec. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I had to go. All right, I'm back. I am really happy about not having to do some hack around the rendering. That makes me so much happier. Okay. So we're still running into issues with our GIF encoding. Thank you for the follow, Soccer Boy. I just saw that. My bad. Didn't mean to leave you hanging. So here's my next thought. We are gonna be doing this within a solid start context. Within the context of solid start, we do have the idea of server functions. We could pass the frames that we generate to a backend function that maybe has a little bit easier of a time creating GIFs. rather than having to do it in the browser. That actually seems like a pretty good approach to me. Because then we're utilizing like more of Solid Start, which makes it more appropriate for the hackathon. And real quick here, where's the link to the hackathon? At least want to share that. Because yeah, if anyone else wants to build something, right? It's sponsored by Netlify, Sentry, and Solid, right? So we have to use Solid. We have to use, and technically we have to use Solid Start, I'm pretty sure. And we have to use Netlify for hosting. We've got until November 14th. But yeah, so I'm actually really into how we're generating the frames and all of that happening right there within the browser. Let me just double check this. What is Netlify's pricing? I don't think we'll go above 100 gigs of bandwidth. That would be kind of crazy. But let's double check this. So serverless function invocations would be 125K. Man, if we're getting 125 users per month, that would be kind of crazy. I'm also willing to bet we could probably convince Netlify to sponsor the cost. How long are their serverless functions allowed to run for? Yeah, that part gets insane. I would say for the purpose of the hackathon, we'd probably be fine. On Netlify, but the moment the hackathon's over, I'd probably just throw it up on a VPS or something. because that's insane bandwidth wise. $55 for 100 gigs. All right, I think we get a terabyte with DigitalOcean, right? 500 gig. There we go. Terabyte if we're on the $6 plan. We could actually get even cheaper with that. But we'd run into bottlenecking on the CPU. Uh, Yasanabe, thank you for the follow. What time is it, by the way? 4 o'clock? Ooh, excuse me. Let me double check it at least. I feel like we looked at this before too. Oh, actually, that's pretty solid. 20 terabytes included, 2 vCPUs. Now we would be based in Germany with it, which is not ideal. But 20 terabytes of bandwidth is pretty damn solid. Oh, they do? Okay. Oh, maybe that's if we have to go like IPv6? No? Okay. So US East and West would work? Ah, okay. So they don't have shared Intel in the US. But yeah, this is entirely reasonable. That's not bad. What's the difference between AMD and Ampere? Ampere Ultra. Is it bad that I've never heard of Ampere? They're an ARM provider as well? Okay. Okay. So yeah, we could go AMD, kick it to the USA. 20 terabytes would be pretty hard to go above. It's an extra dollar per terabyte. Oh yeah, extra euro, which is like $1.25. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's something to consider. All right. I would have loved to be able to have a GIF that we could see and evaluate at this point? Because, yeah, here's part of the problem. The bandwidth cost of sending every GIF frame to the back end just to assemble it into a GIF is still really annoying. If not from like a cost perspective, just simply from like a user experience perspective. No. You don't want to handle gzip from the client because then you're opening yourself up to a zip bomb. And images are already compressed, so gzipping them doesn't actually give you much. We probably, like, gzip would make sense if we think about it because we'd have to send all of the frames together at once in one payload. And to do that, one way is to put them into a JSON with like an array of frames. But I think instead we'd probably want to do it more as like just form data, at which point the images are already compressed and it doesn't matter. I'm really curious there, Scarlett. Why do you think Twitch is your own personal Stack Overflow? Do you think that makes you like a viewer that is worth having? It'd be a different thing if you were actually like a regular and you just had a quick question. But even if I did answer your question, we'd never see you again. So, yeah. Nope, no thank you. Don't want your question. Ooh, I don't know if I've seen that one. That is a solid emote, actually. I like that. So Freebly, yeah, this isn't about image hosting. This would be data over the wire. Yeah, I know it's one of Theo's. I recognize the bird. I wonder if I... Hold on. Let me double check this. I think I still got it over here. Yeah, I even have one of his stickers from TwitchCon a couple years ago. You just got to go to TwitchCon then, man. I also have one of Juicebox Heroes. This one's like one of the older ones too, I think. But yeah, real quick, what I was getting at is Freebly. Yeah, we're not looking at image hosting specifically because I'm not trying to give people like a persistent link. So instead, this is just simply like, you know, they send it, they get a response back, and then they just have an image they copy and paste. So yeah, the storage is not something we care about. All we're caring about is the bandwidth. All right, I appreciate the apology there, Scarlett. I would simply say not many streamers would be receptive to being treated like a transactional Q&A place, right? It's about being a part of a community here on Twitch. But also, I've been streaming for 6 years. It is very rare for someone whose first message is treating us like their own personal Stack Overflow. It's very rare for them to actually be a consistent member. It's usually, you know, they're in here, they got their answer, never to be seen from again. It doesn't feel good to get used like that. Exactly. Right? People who've been around, for sure. All right, so yeah, back to what we're thinking about. For the most part, yes, we could get started with the Netlify thing, at least for the hackathon, and then for persistent hosting, we can move it to somewhere where the bandwidth is cheaper. Now, so we're doing this hackathon. This hackathon has some stipulations. The project needs to be hosted on Netlify. It also needs to use Solid Start. Where do they have some of this stuff? Categories and challenges. So yeah, best Solid Start app. That's one that I can submit to. It's probably unlikely that we would win this, but yeah, I don't know. It's worth trying for $5,000. We are contributing to a UI library. Oh, no, never mind. Not these two. Wouldn't be a solid primitive. Yeah, so, I don't know. I figured it was worth a shot, and this is a thing I've wanted to make for a while. It was the project I was planning on doing for Time Enjoyed's hackathon or whatever. Or Code Jam, I guess is the name. Same thing, right? But yeah, that is postponed indefinitely, so we'll have to see. And thank you for the follow, Scarlett. I do appreciate that. If you do want to go ask over in our Discord, you can go do that if you want, Scarlett. We are not... Like, there might be a couple people here who are machine learning focused. I know very little, so I probably doubt I would be able to answer your question. But we do have a Discord. You could ask over in the Discord. And what's up, Saber? No, I'm here in Washington. Yeah, we don't get hurricanes here in Washington. We do get earthquakes, though. And I think it's a little odd. I can I think we're overdue for like a larger earthquake. Yeah, I think we're overdue for an earthquake, so it'll happen eventually. Oh, you're getting hit, Aragorn. I mean, honestly, yeah, Category 6 hurricane, you need to get the fuck out of Dodge. If you're in the path of that thing, get out. It's not worth it. You don't want to die. Interesting, Ahmed. That is a bit absurd. Huh. But all right, so let's go continue kind of what we're doing. Not sure about that fix. Yeah, the GIF stuff in the browser is a little questionable. We could add this, but we might run into the same exact problem, so I don't know if that's going to help. We could definitely evaluate that later, but that's not part of our problem right now. We'll keep the carbon thing around just because it's part of our example context for when people have questions. I'll keep that around too. I'm just trying to organize some of these things because we're going to be pivoting like the focus of what work we're doing right now. And yeah, for everyone unaware, this right here is the functionality that we want to turn into a GIF for people to share on social media, right? Right now, this is just using CSS animations or transitions, which means that capturing it has some quirks. Let's close some of that. We don't need that. We can add easing at some point. Ahmed. Tabs do not consume RAM if you haven't used them in a while, right? Like if I mouse over one of these, we don't see a RAM consumption unless I've fired it up recently. And even then, I bet some of these that are reporting a value are actually not consuming that value. But yeah, we don't need play HT as a tab right now. I don't know why that stuck around. Your browser is aggressive at caching tabs that are not used. Ooh, I need more music though. What album should we do next? Ooh, Florida Skyline. Songs are a bit short, but we haven't listened to it for a while, so I'll count it. And it's sad. Yeah, Florida Skyline, the artist behind that band name, passed away. She was super young. I want to say like less than 20, which is kind of a bummer. Because, yeah, like, this is good, isn't it? Like, yeah, she was talented. But okay, so let's think about. We need to pivot back to the solid stuff. And Earth Dude Studios, thank you for the follow. And Scarlett, are you still out there? I do have one recommendation for a channel and community that I would recommend you join. Not just like spam with your question, but actually be like active and like join and hang out. I'll shout him out anyway. Okay, yeah. So there is a big like data science machine learning streamer. I mean, not big, but like they're probably the most knowledgeable in that field that I know. Melky is also not bad, but I was gonna say Nikwan Data Sci. He works as the like the head of data analytics and data science for a major baseball team. I want to say it's like the Cincinnati Orioles. And he is hiring an intern. So yeah, if you're looking for a good community, I would recommend that. Cincinnati Reds. It's Baltimore Orioles. Good catch. Yeah. I was half right. It was close enough. Is an Oriole red? I've never seen an Oriole, actually. I don't know what color an Oriole is. Close enough. No, that's yellow. Maybe orange. Yeah, no worries, Scarlett. I appreciate you being a good sport. Normally, when I push back on people about those things, you know, about like the drive-by of a question, some people get really offended. So, you were a good sport. I appreciate it. All right, so yeah, our next step is we need to figure out how to get the solid part of this working. So when we switch to the solid renderer, it doesn't actually animate from thing to thing. Do we have people here that are experienced with solid? I am not. Now we do see that it renders the first time at least, which is cool. Sure. Yeah, no worries. Well, looks like we're going to be learning this together then, which sounds fine. Sounds just fine. Oh, and sorry, someone asked, why would the easing be worthwhile? Because of the way that we are animating, right? So let me switch back to a different renderer real quick. The way we are doing our rendering, and, you know, we can look at that code real quick. I think it's worth checking out, is we are taking the data that Shiki Magic Move is kind of working with to do its CSS transition magic. So we're taking in like the starting opacity and the end opacity, the starting X and ending Y, or starting X and Y, starting X and Y and ending X and Y, right? Like we get all of these values of like where we are interpolating these values. And then we do our own manual interpolation using the remotion interpolate function. And that can take in easing. So if we watch... Oh, and hold on. I want to fix that. We don't want to be opening that because that is getting really annoying. And actually, I can just switch to the view renderer. And then we don't even deal with that. So, right, like as these things animate, we can see that that is actually eased, right? Like towards the end of it, it is eased. What we're doing with our animation is actually purely linear because we haven't added any easing yet. So if we wanted to be exactly like how they are doing their animation, we would need to pass some kind of easing function. Saber, you're the one that asked. So yeah, the easing will be useful because, right, this library of easing functions helps us like understand how that animation works. So we're probably going to want some kind of like ease out, but maybe an ease in out would be better. Like, I don't know. We'll have to fiddle with that. Luckily, we just end up passing an easing function to our interpolation, which is up here, right? So interpolate. And I believe the easing would just be some value after that, right? Inside the options. So it'd be pretty easy to add the easing, which is why I'm not worried about adding it right now. That helps, Saber? Just making sure I'm like explaining it proper. But okay, so we need to debug the solid rendering, right? And no matter how many times we toggle this, nothing happens. Now, I don't think it's related to this, but it could be. So yeah, let's inspect element again. Let's clear all of the junk that we've got in there. Right, we try and toggle. What we end up seeing is a lot of logs on that single toggle, which means our watch value and our update are firing. From there, we see the effect, and it's like, you know, the rendered number of it. So it does increment. And hey, what's up, Sab? How you doing over on the YouTube? Appreciate you. Now let me double check this. We see that the code that's passed is import defined component from view, export default defined component. On the next iteration, we get the same thing. On the next iteration, we get the same thing. So that seems like the issue. For some reason, the outer context is not giving us the actual code that we care about. And we're logging props.code here. So yeah, within that, right, like our solid watch log value, the second argument or the second thing we're passing to it is the code that we should be animating, but it's not updating. Now we do see that we start out with a solid update. Then we hit solid watch, solid effect, solid watch again, solid effect. So we're not seeing solid update anywhere else. So that is definitely our issue right now. And man, the effect is incrementing way more often than it should. Now, when we look here in the solid, we're doing an object.assign to props from the payload that we're passed. We're not seeing this fire more than once, though. Okay, so quick skim says we should use solid on with create effect. Nope, I didn't want on click. Oh, interesting. So you're saying the on function in here. Okay. Oh, you're right, Sab. Yeah, on YouTube, I don't have the music making it there. Okay, so instead of the watch. Interesting. No, that's definitely worth checking out. I like that. Well, I mean, we see watch here happening when we expect, but yeah, props.code is not updated. So yeah, let's do that. Oh. Still getting used to this keyboard. And actually, let's just do this as its own entirely new create effect. Sure, we'll let it autocomplete that. Why not? Ooh, hold on. Yeah, we'll leave that for sure. Oh, so the keyboard that I have right now, did I update this? That is not it. I forgot to update that. So I am on a Digma. And yes, the name of it basically sets up a D's nuts joke. But we can avoid that for now, right? I think by saying it, I preempted it, right? I'm not worried if you use my referral code or not. I mean, it would let them know that it was an effective sponsorship, but I don't care about the 3%. I was really, really hoping that they'd allow me to pass it on as like a discount. That would be cool. But they did mention that when they did a discount, they were getting abused, right? The moment they offer a discount, it makes it to some website and everyone ends up getting the discount rather than just people from the community, which is kind of a bummer. I wonder if it would be worth doing like a single use code and then we could just do a giveaway like every once in a while. That might be a cool promotion. But again, I'm not trying to push the envelope. I got a free $600 keyboard. Beggars can't be choosers. All right, so instead of watch, okay, and this is a flaw. And yeah, I tried doing something with like the class change and like passing the count, but yeah, if our value wasn't updating, then that just wouldn't ever work anyway. So let's just try this. Deps is not a function. I don't know, man. Yeah, sorry. Not working for me. Okay. So yeah, if you're avoiding the canvas, that definitely seems like it would work. My poor little Mac Mini, though. Am I supposed to be seeing something on this page? So here's the problem, though. Like we need absolute positioning to animate these things, which I guess would probably work fine. Yeah, I don't see why that would break actually. So you're totally right there, Wesley. Like, yeah, SVG could probably work. So yeah, Canvas versus SVGs, probably not that big of a deal. Yeah, we'd still end up needing one of the like libraries for conversion. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, it's probably fine. Generating the frames is not the part we're stuck on anymore, though. Yeah. Yeah, I just went with the fill, right? Fill text, and fill text solved our problem completely. And it's probably faster as well. Might not be any faster. I mean, it's definitely faster than what I was doing previously. And yeah, Seb, you don't even have a $600 laptop. Oof. Wait, sleeve covering my hand? What? All right. All right, so let's get back to understanding this part. So here, they're looking for this to be a signal. And I guess the big part of it is that props.code is not a signal. I'm really curious what broke our background color rendering. Yeah, so props.code is just a string. So here's another thing that I find interesting. We're creating this like shadowed props variable. Oh, so the watch was actually from view. Interesting. So basically, this create effect and the watch prop or watch function was actually to wire up the connectivity between view and solid. Let's double check how that works. No, not solid principles. All right. So I think one of the trickier bits is that well, yeah, no matter what, we need to make this work within this playground. What's up, Eternal? Are you asking if I need some insight? Yeah, sure. You're gonna have to be more specific, Eternal. Like, what part of the JS stuff are you failing? So, Freebly, that's what the watch right here was doing, right? Theoretically, that should have been piping that value. But as we were seeing, props.code wasn't changing. And I believe part of the problem is that this update function doesn't fire when it changes either. So you're saying over here? Ooh, and we were watching props here, but not props.code. Yeah, that could have been part of it. And hold on. So, Eternal, from today's interview, local storage, session storage, window, those things you should be familiar with no matter what framework you're using. Classes, I think, are worth learning. Maybe learn a framework that uses classes. Generator functions, no one should expect you to know how generator functions work. But yeah, Eternal, I would just say you got to study and practice that stuff. Use it in an application. Start building an app vanilla. But yeah, local storage, session storage, those things, those are cross-cutting concerns. I don't think a course is going to help you. I think just start trying to build it. I don't know. Does Free Code Camp cover classes? Anyone know? Right? Learn local storage by building a to-do app. Bam. Right? So, yeah, try Free Code Camp. They're not teaching classes in this, though. Yeah, Eternal, I think a big thing is what you're asking to learn is something that you should be able to find yourself. And if you're lacking your ability to find a way to teach yourself that, that's actually the skill you need to learn. I mean, I'm going to point out that you might just not be a senior developer. There's nothing wrong with not having the title senior. But that is the thing I would push back on most. If you're having trouble teaching yourself these things, you're not a senior developer. Sure, that's fine, but yeah, I don't know, man. To become a senior developer, you're going to need to rely more on self-sufficiency. So yeah, let's try watching this. Oh yeah, and we broke stuff. Let's just... Whoops. Let's uncomment that, recomment this. Oop. Yes, we don't see that re-render. What I'm wondering is... God, I keep doing that. That's where the key used to be for commenting this stuff. Hold on. So I actually do want to do that. Instead of props there, props.code. And I want to just see it, like, if maybe that was our entire problem there. So yeah, we've got a watcher out here. We see solid update fire. Interesting. Okay, so we hadn't seen solid update fire previously. If I click it again, we do see solid update fire again with the updated values. Okay. All right. We're not seeing solid watch fire again, though. Interesting. So we were not seeing the update fire before. And to me, that seems like you were definitely onto something with this outer watch being part of it. Like, let's see if we see that update fire again. We do see solid update firing again. After only changing this stuff. Oh, but hold on. Now, if we do that, we were watching props there. Let me reload. We weren't seeing that solid watch. Excuse me. Hold on, is Frank Oz still alive? He is. And he's the voice. So yeah, and hold up, Joel Stransky, Mr. Sir. Dude, super cool. I've been a fan of his for a long time. I'm trying to remember like what other stuff he's done. And yeah, but awesome. Okay. So hold up. Do we have anyone out there in the audience that does celebrity impressions? I have an idea for a thing for GitCon this year, which is a GitKraken like event slash conference, but like pre-recorded, where I want to have a skit in which like basically I have a series of skits that I want to do. They're like the making of GitCon, like behind the scenes kind of things. One skit is like me pitching like ideas for skits, and it's like really meta that way. Then there's another one that's like we're trying to find an MC for the event, and I start like cold calling random like celebrities, etc. I feel like that could be fun. So basically, like I randomly just cold call like Christopher Walken or something, and someone does their bad Christopher Walken impression as if I'm talking to Christopher Walken and they're doing like their whatever, and like I haven't written the scripts yet, but the idea is I do a series of like calls to these people, I write the script in which like they respond in them not being interested, or they are interested but I realize it's not a good fit or something, right? So yeah, I have a coworker who does like a Christopher Walken impression, so we can add them. Someone else just proposed doing like Yoda or Kermit the Frog. So like we could have Frank Oz as a guest, like as a proposed guest. So I like call him up and he keeps busting out into voice and it's like, no, it's fine, man. Like you can just be yourself. He's like, Kermit the or I'm doing the voices terribly right now, but like that's the idea. So I'm trying to get together a bunch of people that would be willing to pre-record some like celebrity voice type stuff, etc. And we could have like a fun like conversation about it. It's all pre-recorded and all that. But yeah, like editing that together. It's like super low budget, but it's still like kind of funny and entertaining. That's my goal with it, at least. But yeah, what other characters has he done? Yeah, Fozzie Bear, Miss Piggy, like yeah, Frank Oz did so many voices. I always forget that. Yoda, Animal, Cookie Monster, Bert. Yeah, this could be good. I feel like that could be pretty solid. Yeah, awesome. Let me get more music going. What time is it, by the way? 5 o'clock. Let me double check with the gaming crew tonight. And yeah, so let's get back to thinking about why this isn't rendering like we expected. And also, like, how are we getting the update function to fire when it wasn't before? We've got some, like, reactivity stuff that is just not quite right. Right? So we see solid update, solid watch, and solid effect. I find it strange that the watch is firing before that effect, but actually that kind of makes sense. Do it again. Update, then watch, then effect, then watch again, and then effect again. Ooh, that almost seems like the issue because we see it in watch being the same exact prop stock code again. Oh, invalid watch source. So yeah, doing the raw prop is no good. We do see the update. We don't see any of the other stuff, though. Right? So the proxy needs to be the thing we listen to. Now, if I do this, oof, and that fires a lot. Interesting. So solid update and then solid watch. And we see the watch. Are they all defined component? They are. Well, I might need like the flush sync. We do have watch imported from view. As far as I know, solid doesn't export a watch function. Maybe it does. Nope. Okay, so hold up. We click it once, we see the update come through with the new value, which is perfect. Right? Our custom watch comes through with the new value, which looks right. Our solid watch, solid effect, the watch and solid watch fire again. They fire a bunch of times. Now we see all of them have defined component in there. Okay. Yep, so if we do it again, yep. So the values are now toggling as we expected. We see the watch fire a bunch of times. Let's go to the top. Man, it fires a lot. So we're not cleaning something up properly. We do see solid update fire with the value that we would expect. So update is at least firing. Wonder if that could be part of it. Where we're just not explicitly passing this? No. Yep, we see define component. All right, so we at least see the value changing as we expected. I'm wondering now if this is no longer reactive in the way we thought. So hold up. Okay, code to tokens then ends up being a function. Mm, we're going to allow console log in the whole file. All right, so watch fires multiple times, props.code fires, code in code to tokens is the count equals ref1. Wait, we don't see that fire another time. So I think these need to end up becoming signals. Yeah, there's something in here that we copied and pasted this from basically the React code, but it's no longer reactive in the way that we think it is. Holy shit balls. God, Twitter is such a fucking cesspool. Live on X, Nazi radio. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. They're not literally saying Nazi. They're saying 1488, but it's the same shit. God, Twitter is such a shit show. Yeah, people suck, man. What does code to keyed tokens look like? Um, I don't know if that matters, right? So it's just coming from Shiki's like core code, right? And I don't think we need to worry about that. It's basically just a pure function that returns tokens from the stuff that you pass it. The core of that should not matter. I think the problem is that we don't see it rerunning at the times that we think it should. So, right, where is code to tokens actually running? It's in here. Why don't we just put all of that inside of the create memo? Right? Is it a little extra work? Maybe. Hmm. So it's definitely the value that we want. Right? We're not seeing the defined component part yet. Values unchanged. All right, we do see values changed. Values changed. All right, let me do a hard refresh just to be sure. So we did see that values changed here. for props.code is this value. Now, if I clear it, do we still see the same one? We don't see values changed fire again, though. We don't see values unchanged fire either. Which would mean that the component isn't getting the updated value. What's up, Trevenge? How you doing? So here's my next question. When it's passed into here, is props a signal? My guess is no. Right? Because we don't see props and then like followed by parentheses. And yeah, we need to go comment out all of this junk. Yes, the only value that is actually a proxy that we could actually listen to is the highlighter. All right, let's try and fiddle with some solid real quick. What's up, Ninjatron? It's going well. We've definitely got something weird going on with our reactivity. Let's just say, all right, we'll do something like that. Call it testing. We don't care about that or that. And let me zoom in a bit so you guys can see it. What's up, Escamina? I'm good. So wait, why is this complaining now? So I guess one thing I really dislike about the solid JS docs is that TypeScript is an afterthought. No, and I understand that. I don't like it. Right? To quote Joe Dirte, it's not about him, it's about the consumer. So, yeah, maybe that's part of the issue. Now, we're not destructuring the props anywhere, it's just props.code. Hmm. Yeah, to me, it seems like this has got to be related to some kind of like weird reactivity stuff. New machine state is then equal to this. Here's the thing, though. Yeah, like the values we're going to log are going to be really annoying to read. Okay, so we see that the original machine state is an empty code, and then it updates. I try and toggle, and nothing happens. So yeah, maybe this memo is the problem. There you go, Todd. Nice. How you doing? All right, so hold on. I do have to use the restroom, and I should probably pour some more water. And what's up over on YouTube? How you doing, No Tie? Yeah, let me go use the restroom. We've got something really wrong about the reactivity of this component. I guess here's the thing, like, the indirection of these two functions is really messing with me. I almost want to look at some of the other, like, other source code and see how they're wiring this up in some of the other things. So Notai, your company's React component library does not support RSCs. Can you tell me how? I'm a little curious about that, but I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Alrighty. And hey, good timing there, Filippo. How you doing? Sorry, I had to use the restroom. Pour some chips. But yeah, what are we up to today? Let's do the shout out stuff. What's up, Bob? How you doing? So yeah, Filippo. I don't know what language that is. What were you up to? And all right, Notai. So they're using hooks like use context. I know, munch munch. They're good chips. Notai. Yeah, that sounds terrible. So basically, RSCs have the same problem as Astro, where you can't use you can't use context. That's gnarly. See, I'm kind of looking at some of these just to try and understand when these things happen. Yeah, so the React code that we copied seems a little off. So So yeah, in our solid code, we copied the React code a bit. I find the React code actually easier to reason about. Now, I wonder if our machine here is the problem. All right, so that doesn't update still. Oh, and Notai, you're looking at Shad CN for inspiration? Makes sense. Yep, so still not seeing this actually re-render. All right, so we'll bring in create signal. Oh, and I messed that up. Let me create an interface for this. All right, so we pass the machine to that. We'll create an effect. And then instead of return, well, actually, no. We'll do this. Else. Hold on. I'm messing this up. Actually, no. That part looks good. So then it would just be result. So then instead of return in here, this would be, let's do this. What? Sure. Okay, so that could be it. I doubt that's actually it. Hmm. So here I might want to bring in the on. Oh, but we can't do it to primitive values. It has to be a signal. Nope, not what I wanted. All right, so we create the signal there. Now, this already seems wrong to me. I guess, right, like I'd expect props to be one of those reactive values. I guess I need to look at the docs of create effect. Hmm. Oh, it was great. Um, Karina something or other gave a really good like accessibility tree talk. I think you would have been stoked on it. Mm-hmm. It's like I'm having chips for dinner tonight. And I'm okay with it. They're good chips. You had chips for dinner tonight too? Nice. Hmm. That'll probably just work. So yeah, we'll do that. Oh, I see what's going on there. That was wrong. Okay, so that works exactly as I expected it to. Right? So it's not necessarily just a misassumption on my part, it's something to do with nesting these things within each other. Hmm. So yeah, if that works as expected, let's dial it way back. All right, so that's basically what we had before we started fiddling with the inside of this. Yeah, no worries, Todd. And I think I forgot that that was next week. I thought it was this week. So yeah, see you next week. And honestly, you can always ask about stream stuff here on stream too. Like, there's no secrets or anything. Yeah, no worries. So, what if I do this? So if I refresh here, do we see anything? No. If I click that, we do see solid watch. We define the component. Uh, rows equal that, but we'll leave the on change. Okay. Hold on, let me refresh. Okay, so we see that the prop is updating on the outside here. Highlighter, lang, and theme. And yeah, instead, let's just make this props.lang. What's up, C? How you doing? Okay, so then down in the solid component here, hopefully vacation soon. Nice. You gonna do a staycation or you going somewhere? All right, so create memo does fire. If we fire it again, create memo does fire. Okay. Okay, so create memo is seeing props.code change. Oh, that'll be cool to see. Nice. Ooh, so here's something. What if that was the whole issue? Oh my god, that was the whole fucking issue? No way. No way. Okay, that was not the whole issue. Okay. So I'm not going to go insane just yet. What's up, Issy? No, like in our create effect, we're passing some things that we should not be passing because create effect in solid does not take a dependency array. So we do see that update as we update our state. We're not getting the update to cause a re-render. Sure. Well, hold on now. So part of the issue is that the renderer is expecting hold on. The renderer is expecting to update the inner HTML of the container. Yes, we don't have hooks. We get rid of that. Let me do this. All right, so we see solid watch, create memo, solid watch. This create effect doesn't seem to be firing. What do you mean by that, Issy? Create effect is a thing from Solid. If you're not familiar with Solid, I'd prefer you not trying to debug it then. No, it's fine. I just don't have the energy to describe all about Solid right now. In my opinion, Solid does too much magic. Yeah, no worries though, see? Like, totally fine. Create effect is basically like a use effect. Let me get more music going. So we do see render called once. We don't see render get called again, though. I just want to double check that now. Nope. And I really feel like, bare minimum, this should be rendering again. Like on an updated value of the tokens. Oh, and hold on. Yep. I think this is part of the issue, right? Because the way they do their reactivity, again, it's a magic thing that I hate. I hate it so much. I just find it so unintuitive. Right? Not being able to destructure. I consider that a major design flaw. Yeah, no, it's just like there are conventions with it that you got to memorize, but the fact that you're not able to destructure this props object and maintain reactivity is extremely annoying. And that still doesn't fix it. Okay, so we do see it update at least. Okay, so hold on. We're going to go way back with it. Went back a little too far. Okay. So then we get back to this point. We turn this back into props. Yeah, I think so too there, config. Okay. So that was our issue, right? The way the props were being destructured. And I may need to double check that in other places too. All right, we at least get it to update. That is a big part of what the issues were. That said, we're not getting things to animate like we expected. But it's a step in the right direction. Now, what I'm wondering next is, what if I comment out this whole thing? Right, so then it's empty from the start. Ooh, maybe not. We do get it to update at least. Okay, so that was part of our reactivity being broken. And we go to here and we look at props. Oh, that's the view. Right, that stays props, and we pass all that along. All that actually stays how we wanted it. Okay, so next we'd have to figure out why it's not animating. There you go. Config. Sounds about right. All right, so we'll let that be because it wasn't the issue that it was like rendering first and not updating. But for some reason, oh, I wonder if renderer here needs to be made reactive. Reading documentation, keeping up to date with the upstream. I mean, I bet there's plenty of bugs in the kernel stuff too. All right, so I want to leave myself a good note because I do need to get to some work. I got a bunch of video editing to do still. But we got a lot of good stuff done today. So hold on. Leaving off. We got the code to change. But it doesn't animate. Ah, that makes sense to see. The issue was the destructuring of props. Which is not allowed in solid.js. So yeah, basically we need to be able to animate this stuff because that's like the essential part of this entire thing. We'll leave what we have over here for now. Let me clean up what we got actually a little bit. Oh, and yeah, this part's still kind of broken. Load image we can get rid of. HTML decode. That is necessary, and this is just a string. That part will let be broken. We're not using canvas to buffer. We are trying to use modern GIF, though. Let me get back to the page that we were on here with the leaving off. That way I don't forget my context. And yeah, we should go figure out who we go rate. So who's even streaming right now? Oh, we see El Clonk. Let's go raid El Clonk. And hey, what's up, Jesse? Perfect timing. The music just ended, too. Yeah, no worries to see. Yep. Yeah, and sorry, like, I wasn't in the right mindset or at the right moment to even, like, explain the create effect stuff or any of that. Man, yeah, the fact that destructuring the props was the bug is incredibly annoying. I dislike that magic. What are we coding? We're coding a raid right now. We're about to head to another stream. And yeah, Rigos and Config, thank you for the follow. Oh, yeah, no worries there, Wesley. Nah, you were good. We got through most of what we needed. So yeah, YouTube, Algora, and Twitter. Thank you all for hanging out. I will see you guys on Thursday.